Alright, today I am wanting to work on the main quest lines. Finally. I am going to do just a couple of things real quick in the area that I'm at, just because they're side quests and they're right here. No reason not to.
What?
But main quest lines will definitely be happening today. Just a few. Just one of
You found the letter. But why would Scholar Ehrencourt want it to be sent and lost? She commissioned the letter in the first place. It is above my station to question her. But there is a higher plan at work. Please, stranger, find Ehrencourt and learn what is happening. She can be found in the Isles. Probably in the Basilica Nostra. She needs to be confronted with the information we found regarding the letter. Fair enough. Greetings.
What am I... Oh. Okay, well, I'm not gonna do that at the moment. What was this one? Oh, just finding the third chapter. Okay, that's easy enough.
Bloody chest. You've come back. Have you elected to help with my experiment after all? So long.
I can't even do anything for your... Yeah, I can't even help you apparently. That's not the right way. Kinda wish they would have marked stairs on the minimap, but I guess it makes sense enough once you get used to how it works.
Excuse me?
You're excused. Okay, well, it looks like that stuff's all going to be that way, so I think I'm going to work on this main quest line first. For which I need to go here. This is just a kind of cool little map area. Okay. Back to talk to the tree. There's not any lore stones here besides that one, are there? No, I don't think so.
You return, and in your wake, Dalentarth blossoms. The flow is rearranged, now and forever. Nash's brood is at an end. You have destroyed what was written, and made a new fate for Dalentarth. And yet the Tuatha still spread, marching with Prismir and pain. You have only delayed our doom. You have the power of an immortal, and yet the humility to ask for help. Little one, I envy your grace. you shall carry my blessings with you. You must know this, Quickling. The age is changing. Immortals are passing, and the future belongs to the young races. If there is a future to be had. Go, and stand at the heart of the She. There you will find Issa. And perhaps you will find wisdom as well. Only the path. Stand at the heart of the She. May your path be long and evergreen.
Alright. Armor. Accessories. 10% elemental resistance is not bad, but not really useful at this point. So go here. I am gonna go ahead and get these stones that I don't have. Just because I want to get all of them, because permanent buffs are nice. Right, I need to be higher up. I think. No, I can just go across here. There you are.
As the architect labored, he found an inferno. There, in the heart of the Feywood, the fire raged. It consumed all life uncontrollably. He faced the inferno, but could not quell its hunger. In despair, he looked upon the She.
Hello there, Thresh.
He saw the saplings nourished by the gentlest of touches. He went to the river and said, "Follow this path and you will never run dry." The river changed its course and fell onto the blaze. A tired sigh escaped the water. It remains as an azure mist upon the land, ringing with fate's song. Its broomy brow left a sheen of rich dew on every leaf and blade of grass.
I can't just... It's too bad you can't jump on the waterfalls. But oh well. Here's the last one in the She.
The fires abated, the rock cloven by time, and the cascades sauntering through this vale. The architect finished crafting the She. This haunting beauty, a mystic requiem for the fading of Ashara's other children. It will forever remain the body of the forest, built from an ordered wilderness, constructed by a natural chaos.
Garden of Issa. This is a cool area.
Ah, you have arrived at last. Welcome to the Gardens of Issa, home of the Summer Court, and the warm heart of the Feylands. I know you had hoped to speak with the High King, but our seers sense a danger pursuing you. Naturally, we cannot allow such threats to be brought into the High Court, perhaps once you have dealt with your own unfinished business.
Okay.
You must listen to me.
Excuse me, Martin.
Mortals are meant for
Yes. Oh, you're just...
Oline will not tell you of this. She disapproves of pride. She does embody nature's tooth, a sharp and silent, simple truth. And yet Oline will always shine among the ballad's lore. For humble though her carriage be, a greater knight we'll never see.
What training do you offer?
Greetings. What have I done now? Someone in Issa is always looking to send me away. But I won't go. No. Well, if it isn't the mortal I've heard so much about. Congratulations on your successes in the House of Ballads. Well done indeed.
Thank you. Well, crap. Okay. Ooh, a sagecraft trainer. I shall see if you can actually teach me anything. I may be a little bit... Okay. Okay, so let's see what is in the merchant places. Do you have backpacks for me? You have quests, which is fine, but...
Welcome to the Issa chapter house of the Scholia Arcana. How may I be of assistance?
Okay. This is a side quest line, I
We are an
think,
order
but...
of magic practitioners dedicated to the fostering of knowledge regarding all things mystical and arcane. While the heart of our power lies in Rathir, we keep an embassy here in Issa to maintain strong relations with the Fae. Traditionally, our applicants undergo years of preparation, but we understand your circumstances are somewhat irregular. Ever since you entered the city, we've been watching you. After all, an endorsement from Niralim is not quickly dismissed. If it is your wish to join our order, you must first complete the trial of initiation. It is a ritual that will better equip us to understand what place you might have among us. I will not lie, some do not survive the ordeal. Of those who do, only a select few are chosen to become members of our order.
It's fine.
Then first I shall present you with this. It is the story of the Order's founding and a good primer for all who wish to join our ranks. Now I shall summon the circle of mages necessary to perform the ritual. Savant Engar will lead the trial. Speak to him in the Delving Hall when you're ready to begin. Farewell.
Ah, okay. Well, that was the key I needed to get in there anyways. Merchant, I need to take whatever quest you have and ask what you have.
Damn quiet, damn fools. Ah, I'm sorry, friend, I didn't see you there. I'm afraid I'm a bit... concerned.
Concerned over what? First. You've got...
A few nights ago, I was the victim of an attempted robbery. Someone sought to steal a gem of mine from a chest I warded myself. That night, 3 initiates fled the chapter. Cassera, Aloran, and Bertrand. I suspect they were somehow involved. They could only have run into the sheik.
Me too.
Can you find them?
Sure.
Thank you. Find out what happened and I'll be grateful.
How grateful.
Don't be a stranger.
Not that it matters. You don't have anything that I need. Where is the other merchant? There you are. What do you carry?
Don't know if we've had the pleasure. I'm the finest merchant in these parts, I assure you.
Really now. So what do you have? You had a couple of recipes, some repair kits, and some lockpicks, but other than that... bunch of garbage.
Pleasure doing business.
Greatest merchant by butt. Maybe the greatest at having mediocre stuff. Alright, trainer. What can you train me to do? If anything.
Greetings. I have some ability with the art of sage crafting. Do you wish for some instruction?
Yes.
Return
And
when you wish to
you're
learn
too
more.
weak to really teach me anything. Okay. Okay, so as far as quests go, yes, that's a new faction. I guess I can't. Okay, so I can't currently work on that main quest line. I will go ahead and contact the expedition, I guess, since they apparently have no issues with me. I guess first I'll talk to the squire, though. Ooh, and there's another person to train over there in blacksmithing. Squire, I hear you have a quest for me.
It is a glorious day.
Indeed.
Oh, excellent. Another... Oh, a mortal. I don't think I could... Oh, why, you're the ruler of the House of Ballads. How extraordinary.
Indeed.
You wouldn't be interested in aiding a mere squire, would you? It is well beyond your station to do so, but, well, I face quite the predicament.
Station means nothing. What do
My
you
role
need?
is with the Hall of Appointments, to prepare visiting ambassadors and dignitaries to meet with the Court of Summer. Right now, there are 4 terrible, regal lords and ladies that wish to see High King Hyperian, but they are a fickle lot and require extra, handling. They must enter the font in a procession, but each has his or her own preferences, and I can't afford to offend any of them. Wonderful. That's one less aggravation that demands my concern. Thank you, mortal. The dignitaries have been seen about the gardens, enjoying its many splendors. I will remain here and await your advice. Goodbye, Your Grace.
Hello.
Okay, so I need to... That is where the trainer is. And I guess I'll try going in deeper to see if maybe I can continue the main quest line. But something tells me I gotta do some other main quests first. Potentially. I don't know.
I can help you with those weapons. You've been watching me long enough. What is it? Did I wrong you in another life, brother?
I just walked in the door.
Farewell.
And you're not even strong enough to teach me
If
anything.
you're looking to buy armor, I'm the only one in Felltown who's... I don't have many weapons to offer, on account of the peace edict.
Okay, but do you have anything extra? Ooh.
But there's still a select... Have a good day.
You had a lot of lockpicks.
Hey there. Get
At
over
least it's
here. We don't abide by strangers in Issa. In this city, everyone is fap. Bye now.
Now I have an abundance again of repair kits. Feel like I will never... Oh, there's another trainer over here. Feel like I'll never have to pay for repairs in this game because either I find something that's better or there's always something that I can repair.
Then we must do it near...
You must be the special messenger Tatarian's expecting. Trust me, the rest of us have heard plenty about it. Erwin can't keep his big mouth shut. I am Methani Keen, Dokalfar ambassador to the Summer Court Fae. I'm sorry. This is a difficult position sometimes. Something is about to happen, and it must be stopped. But that is all I can say. This is neither the time nor the place. If you're interested in hearing my story, meet me in the worship circle after dark, near the gates. I will wait for you there. Goodbye.
Okay. One more over.
Varani only. Aren't you bold? This is the Varani wing of the embassy, and few venture here without being summoned. I'm Ambassador Advar, he who bloodies the waters.
Apparently I can buy a title.
The Varani allow the purchase of several titles for use in the gardens of Issa. But they are rare, and should be worn with great respect.
Blood Doge, Guardian of Arms, Death's Cryptic Hand.
Ah,
sure.
One of our most unusual titles. You will be watched with a close eye when you walk with this name. I proclaim you Death's Cryptic Hand. Leave me to my business.
Okay. Oh, I bought a title. I guess that's that. That's not where I wanted to go. Need to go out the door. And you up here have a quest for me as well. Why are you not standing up closer so I can talk to you?
You're here about the job. Demand is higher than ever. I'm just too busy to deal with anything else.
Okay.
Taking a fortune is what? These visitors come with obscene amounts of gold or treasure. They don't mind parting with it. My plan was brilliant. I created a blade. Fey blade, of course, that makes them authentic. Something all of them had to have. That's all they care about anyway. Fey souvenirs. I called it the Honor brand. Truth be told, it's dull as a stick, but it's easy to make. Listen, if you can find the parts and make them, I'll pay good money. Fabulous, fabulous! You know a good deal when you see it. There aren't enough people like you in Issa. The Fae don't even use money. Can you imagine? Once you start forging the Honor brands, bring them to me and I'll provide you with just compensation. There should be plenty of parts around the city for creatures with no It's you and me, friend.
All right.
Hello.
Hello. Oh. I might as well go around and reveal this map real quick. The heck was that? And again.
If you seek the court, ascend the
The font. Okay. Okay, so there's really not a whole lot here. And I can't get into there. Okay. I won't. Don't you start trouble with me either. Because when I start swinging, you won't like it. Another trainer. Let me guess, you're too low-leveled to actually teach me anything.
Oh, you took me by surprise. I'm not accustomed to mortals on the trellis. Please, enter. I am Lord Saramer, the High Lore Sage of Issa. I am here to answer all questions regarding the House of Ballads and the House of Valor.
Yay, you can level up my dispelling. Because that is the only thing I've put literally 0 points into. Thank you. I did look up because I was interested how many skill points or how many levels you get total. And apparently you max out at 40 unless you have the DLC. So
you feel it, don't you? Anyone intimate with the ways of magic can detect the waning current. You're like me, your grace. You see the end. Is this how it happened at the House of Ballads? Did Hallam foresee this slow decay? I had a feeling he did. Of the Gardens of Issa? Of the Summer Court? Why, this crystal war may be the end of all Fae. I know because I am Nomeron, master of the font, the wellspring of all Summer Court magic. I've seen it flow at its highest, but I've never seen it so dry. Something must be done before all this city withers into nothingness.
okay.
The font is the source of all Summer Court magic. It has flowed through this mountainside since our kind sprang up from the dirt. That flow has waned in recent days. It's unnatural, even as the magic in the world grows. The Fae, it seems, will wither. The font's flow is controlled from the Lyceum Grove down below. We must open the root system and allow more water through. However, the magic that regulates this flow can only be used by some. It's protected by a ward known as the Waterlock. It can only be opened by one who carries drops from each of the 5 sacred pools surrounding Issa. Collect these drops, and you can break the Waterlock. Goodbye.
Okay. Is there anything else up here? No, it's just a door. Okay, well, since I'm wanting to do main quests this time, side quests will have to wait. Other than this one that just conveniently popped up here. Huzzah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Quests. Going all the way back here. Actually, I'm curious. So I've managed to finish a few more of the Lore Stone series. Plus 3% melee damage. 6% damage with hammers. 6% mana. Crit chance. Gold drops. Armor. 4% health. Almost got this one, which will be nice. Okay, and in this area, are there any... No, I've gotten all of the ones here, so... Should probably save after getting all those quests. Oh, hey, look, it's a bear. There's an achievement for defeating 200 enemies using abilities that I haven't gotten, so until I get it, I'll probably, especially on some of the weaker enemies, just go around and lightning bolt them and stomp them out of existence. After all, these guys are now worth so little XP. Dang it. Oh well.
Finally, we found the last person we need after all. I'm Helig Cross. I'm leading an expedition to the land south of Dalantarth, the Teeth of Naros, and we could use another strong back. Few facts. The only record of a successful journey there was by an Almain missionary named Denric, returned half dead and maddened to hell. He claimed the southern land as home to a miraculous city, wrought of gold and trimmed with silver. Even said it floated above the earth, if you can believe it.
Sounds cool.
It's hard country, damn impossible to find a pass in the mountains, but if I'm right, this cavern will take us under them. Because Denric wrote of more than wealth. Tales of giant men, tall as houses, that slaughter any who approach. It took weeks even to convince Cash and Sverri to join me. With a fourth, we can take a bigger haul without sharing too much of it. Then we only need to begin. I've seen to all the logistics, and all the preparations for the journey. Meet us in the Southern Passage. Let's try to cover as much ground as we can. Stay close.
What is it?
I see something useful, that's what it is. Huh. Hello. Got some chests here. I want to see if they got anything worth anything in them. Oh. Probably not.
The time of deliverance is almost nigh. The teeth of Naros have gone untamed since the rocks were young, since the wind was but a child. And now, my chosen people stand on the precipice of taming this land, or succumbing to it. I thought once that none could change the stars of this world. But at last, one has come who can. Come, thou faithless one, I beckon thee.
Ooh. First cutscene since the very beginning of the game. It's just some spiders. Sorry, you were too slow. I got bored of waiting. funny to think at the beginning of the game I was just destroying every single crate and everything because I thought they'd be worth a good amount of money. And now I've got over 3 million gold and I have no need for any of it.
What the hell is that thing?
What is it?
Its body appears to resemble stone, but on closer inspection is flesh and blood. It appears to have died in some violent manner. The trappings on it are of an unknown make. The golem, perhaps?
This... what is it? It looks like it's made of stone, but this stain... this is blood. This thing is flesh! I'm not going to stick around and find out what killed this thing. This whole damn place is cursed. Be gone.
Damn craven. Don't know what Cash was getting so worked up for. Just a statue somebody toppled over and got all bloody. Let the mage run to his mother. We don't need him.
You're right, I don't need him.
We don't even know if it was a corpse. Could have been a statue that an Etten decorated with some entrails or something. I can't believe that craven.
Don't bother me.
How about you don't bother me? Some people in this game are just so rude.
Wait a moment. I don't like the look of this hallway up ahead. This is Sferry's area of expertise. Let her take the lead here.
I'm better at detect hidden than she probably is.
What was that? First the mage turns coward, then Sferry dies doing the one thing she's supposed to be suited for. Is this some sort of joke? What's next? Are you going to reveal you're really just a kobold with a bad case of mange? Clearly, I should be more thorough when recruiting my expeditions. Fine, let's just keep moving. We'll manage on our own from here. We keep going. Cash proved to be useless, and Sverry's not helping anyone anymore. Looks like it was always up to us. With just two of us, we'll have to try and manage as best we can. It won't be easy, but I thought something like this could happen. Come, we must make...
Ooh, new enemies. Are you guys weaklings? Yes, you are. Where'd the other one go? Hey, pay attention. I'm here to kill you.
What?
So don't just sit down.
What in the hell were those things? I've never seen anything like them. I heard of the dangers of the southern land, but are the gods themselves conspiring against us?
Nope, you guys are just pathetically weak.
Come on. I don't know what... Come. We must make Sverry's death mean something.
Ah, some more. How nice. Get over here. Leave him alone. He's too weak to handle you guys anyways.
Hold on a moment. One of those damn beasts hit me worse than I thought. I think I need to rest for a while. Here, I'm going to wait here. Scout the passage ahead, and see if you can find a place to make camp. Will you stop fussing over me? It's not doing either of us any good for you to stay here. We need to find some place to make camp. I'll take it, but I'll wait until I really need to use it. Be a shame to waste the thing, wouldn't it? Now get going. I need to rest. Discover what you can, and come back to me. I'll be fine.
Bro, it was only a minor potion. I have got so many potions that you don't even need to worry. I could even heal you just with magic. Ay vey. These guys are so weak. But then again, I did severely overlevel. Vendrick's Journal 2. Day 17. Thought of going to thank the Etten that drove me into this cave. It's quite spacious in here, though I've been in long enough that I am unsure that I can find a way back out again. I've had a good go of chasing what lamplights I could see. They wouldn't steer me wrong, would they? Of course not. It's so dark in this place. Like night, once it's been boiled down and poured over pitch. Light is good, though. It's warm and tells me where to go. Left leg isn't looking so good, but it drags rather well. Who in the blazes put a cliff in the middle of this place? Had no conception of the structure from the start, it seems to me. Poor savages. Whoever they were, probably had to stand on chairs to get anything done in this place. You mean they probably had to be some kind of giant? Yeah, I didn't need to go back anyways. He can just stay back there and be useless like he's been the whole time. Ooh. +1 to finesse abilities, but... Ooh, and plus 50% chance to burn enemies when attacked. Not bad, but the shield to balance is just kind of too hard to give up. Oh hey, it's a giant rat. Ow. Why do these guys hurt so much? What was the bad status that I got? Minus 15% armor, that's not too bad. Don't care about that much. There. Got rid of the mine this time without actually getting hit by it. Disarmed it mid-air. That was funny. Alright, time to go. Push the button, open the door. What's in here? Day 10. I guess I missed the first one, since this is number 3. Leg is pretty much useless for walking now. But what sights? Could Mitharu have left a glorious temple such as this? Ceilings so high they cannot be seen. A statue of strange sorts that I could not understand it. I even cannot describe what I have seen in the views beyond this chamber, but for a fleeting moment, I have seen true glory. A city of such shimmering beauty that I cannot find its like in anything I have seen before. Itharu could never be contented with a city upon the hill while this one gently floats above nothing, lording over the earthly dominions below. And what else but its inhabitants? At first I thought the statues moved, and walked, and even perhaps spoke, but I was far and hidden and could not hear. They were giant, as tall as 2 men, and fierce besides. They had the strength of a Jotun, and such speed. A terrible fate awaits those that give them cause to malice. If this was a true report or merely a vision brought to me by my god, I could not tell. But I must spread the word of this discovery. The world must know of this strange Southland, of giants and cities built upon stones that are not there. Yeah, I guess I must have just missed the first one. Ooh, floating rocks.
And so, after centuries, it has come to pass. The cipher has reached thy hands, Beckett. At last, my work can be completed. One who watched and waited for decades and centuries and eons, and all for this day when thou wouldst come before me. I have read the fates of this world to find thee, unfated one. Much rests on your shoulders, but I have one more burden to lay upon thy brow. To continue thy path through the tapestry of fate and perpetuate its sundering, I will open the way to the teeth of Naros. Seek the Primos, and thy duty will be made clear in time. Go now with my blessing. Go now with my purpose. For thou art beckoned. That which was ordained must be undone.
Beckon. Okay. Plus 10% damage while in Reckoning mode. I'll take it, because I already do bonus damage in Reckoning mode. Hmm. 6,400 XP. Nice. Interesting. It's cool scenery. Ah, okay, so this puts me down in the teeth of Naros.
First we have an army of Jotun at our gates, and now this. I don't know you, little one, but you'll find no quarter here. This is still Kollossae-held territory for the moment. State your intent. You barge into these lands, and yet you do not know who holds them? I am. My people are Kollossae. For years we have held these lands as the hallowed grounds of our gods. We are stone and flesh, sword and faith.
Okay.
Everything does harm in these lands. I do not know you, so why should I take you at your word? Furthermore, none have come from those caverns since they were sealed, save you. How is it you came here?
Talking statue.
It is a road that has gone otherwise unwalked since it was sealed. How did you walk this path? Strange entity. A curious riddle, but one that must be solved later. It seems the Jotun have rallied their strength. Steel yourself. That was well fought, little friend. You have a strength in your arms that belies their lack of girth. Perhaps you are not the interloper I believed you to be. You claim to have been summoned, but for what purpose? What strange forces brought you here? You speak of the Holy King of my people, and that artifact you bear. Could it be the cipher? Your mission is twice damned already. The Primos is a recluse. But more immediate than that is the Jotun horde. Idilla is sealed off as long as they continue plaguing my people. Yes, hiding away in his high tower and pining for gods that will never listen to him. The Primos is the highest office among the Kollossae, reserved for the one that leads my people in politics and prayer. At least that is how things should be. But Anokatos, the latest to have this authority, has not lived up to his duties. Our people are stranded in a wild land, in a time of our greatest doubt, and he locks himself away from us. Our ruler leaves us leaderless.
Okay.
It is the city you see floating in the sky over this land of savages and dangers. It is my people's greatest accomplishment and failure. I cannot speak more of it to an outsider. Forgive me. A relic of great importance to those of my people that carry the faith. I thought it was just a myth, but one who carries the cipher is much loved by the gods. So the sages of my race say. A blessing as much as a curse. The Jotun are led by Karunk, a warlord that reigns over his horde from his ramshackle tower. One of my scouts, Remy's, watches them now. He can offer you advice on fighting the warlord, and if you can kill Karunk, I will lead you to the Primos myself.
Okay, good. So I just need to kill them all.
The quickest way to end their threat would be to kill their war chief. Bring word to the city. They will need to know about the Jotun and this...
It's easy enough just to go kill them all. Are you guys gonna be mad if I take this stuff? Like, are these any good? That is pretty good because of the regen and whatnot. So yeah, if you guys aren't unhappy about it, I'm gonna just take all this crap. Although some of it really is just crap. Okay, so I just need to go up this way. Easy enough. Hey, more of the reagent I need to make greater healing potions. Bloodroot. Inventory is getting kind of full. Is there anything decent here? No, so... It's not bad. 5% chance to deal 14 per hit, but I don't need you at the moment. Oh hey, more kobolds. Henge. I don't know what that is, but it looks like it might be important. There. Get off my back.
In the youth of Amalur lived the Uranos, existing from the hill lands alone. They held not the blessings of the gods, and so were blinded to their own potential.
We lived in ignorance among the savage people. We wasted the gifts of the gods ourselves.
Okay. Just gonna save since it's been a little bit. Oh. You know, there's another one over here. Being able to see these is so nice.
Then, one Myru heard the whispered golden notes of the voice of wisdom herself. Athene. The goddess bid him to raise up his brethren, so they may know the favor of the gods once more.
We are Athene's chosen. We follow her path. Guide us to your blessed wisdom.
What is this? Okay. Maybe that's the stairway to go where I need to go. Anyways, I need to go back over here to get up to the floaty land.
Ah! What a horrid little thing you are! Are you some kind of Jotun runt? Explain yourself quickly. The last thing I want is to give away my position. That much I was aware of, and I knew Sikandra would send someone. But you? A sign of the times, to be sure, but if you're to do the deed, then I have information that you will need.
Nice rhyme.
Karunk is truly powerful, but no more so than his brethren. It is not his strength that's troubling. It's his fortitude. 2 kobolds he keeps with him work some strange magics that heal his wounds and help him resist injury. Kill them, and the fight is yours. Using primal magic would certainly help as well. Strange thing, aren't you? Primal magic is a magic imbued upon weapons and gems. Only armament can channel it. The magic does some damage on its own, but its true strength is its ability to augment other magics you cast on your foe to a devastating degree. Take this weapon, use it to inflict primal magic on a foe, and let loose your spells. Even a Jotun warlord could not withstand such an onslaught. It is an older form of magic, one that does little damage on its own. Using weapons infused with primal magic, you can increase your foe. Imagine loosing your most damaging spells with no resistances. Very well, little one.
Interesting. So that could make this... So even though the primal doesn't do a whole lot of damage, it allows my other magic to do damage, which is nice because the Jotuns are resistant to a decent amount of magics. Save now again. I mean, I probably didn't need any of that, but... Oh, okay, so that was just that one. Just picked up something. Ah, here we go. Letter from Diodorus to the Jotun. Brothers and sisters, I write to you in the name of Athene. Blessed be her name and the names of her followers. Brethren of the hills, may the serenity of Athene shine down upon you. You are as beloved by her as you the Kollossae. For as you serve us, so do you serve the blessed goddess. It is the right and humble way, and how much more noble it is to possess the strength and will that you possess, and yet exercise the proper judgment in its use. This understanding comes from her, as does all knowledge. So you see that you are blessed with might and the knowledge of its proper employment. Okay, I think there was another one that I picked up earlier. I meant to look at. Ooh. That's pretty nice. It's good, but not good enough to swap out. Walked right by this. You guys aren't worth much XP. And you're not that strong either. They do a decent amount of damage, although it might be because I have 15% less armor. But it's okay, it's a good handicap for them. Thank you, Wolf, for making that easier. Ooh. 6% experience bonus. If only they did more damage. I can't really justify losing that much damage just for the XP. I like how that move is called the guillotine. Or the guillotine, however you want to actually pronounce it. Boss fight, maybe? Please tell me you're actually going to be strong enough to make this a challenge. I guess I maybe should have saved here. I guess I can't save up here. Oh, and guess what? You are a boss. Oh wow, I can actually... I had tried to parry their stuff before. And I'm just gonna try this. I don't know how much XP you're gonna give, but just die. It's hammer time! There, get smacked. It wasn't worth a ton of XP, but... Bad. Bad. Not losing a ton of armor there, but the health regen per second will be nice. So... I am willing to make the swap there for now. Let's see, have I really gotten... it doesn't look like I've really gotten anything decent. Okay, what to level up now? Stealth could be good. Because most of these are already maxed. Well, I say most. Several of them are already maxed out. I guess I'll do mercantile first, just to make more money. Okay, so you're maxed out. Yeah, I'm not going to bother doing you there for right now, I think. Next one is 35. So it looks like I won't be able to get much more than these levels of abilities. That's fine. Increase adrenaline surge. Go ahead and do you. So I might not be able to get to Meteor with this build, but that is fine. I will be able to get... possibly Tempest, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna go ahead and finish beefing up you. Alright. Interesting. Could potentially be useful. Yes. Brewmaster's harness. Definitely not worth anything, really. Ah. Okay. It's trying to take me over here to do what? Why is it trying to tell me that that's a main quest I have going right now? Because it's not.
I had heard. From Rennies, I received word that one such as you entered Karunk's tower with no trepidation, no anxiety. Do I even have to ask? Does the war chief still draw breath?
No.
It was said the gods would call their champion. And here you are, bearing the cipher, seeking the Primos. For your role in deposing the warlord, I give you this. A hammer prized among the Jotun, so I'm told. Use it as your trophy. Now my forces can put the rest of the Jotun to the spear beckoned. Before this day, I thought it was just a myth, a lie my people told ourselves to make our sins more bearable. The beckoned is a deliverer. The beckoned speaks for the gods. The beckoned is their messenger, their conduit. What is the beckoned? One who carries the cipher, the icon of the gods. One who faces the troubles of my people without hesitancy. The beckoned is you. With their leader dead, they will likely keep to themselves and lose the will to harry my people as they have. I will wager that they won't suffer incursions into their camp, for good or ill. But still they have caused my people suffering. Shall we wait and allow them to inevitably rise again? This is our best opportunity to finish them.
Mm-hmm.
I owe you much for killing Karunk beckoned, so I will do as you say. I only hope you do not reap bitter fruit from your generosity. Now I will take you to the henge, and then to the Primos, as I promised.
I mean, hey, if they want to come at me later, it's fine.
An
More
artifact
experience
my
for me.
people made. With the city in the sky, we knew we needed a way to travel from the teeth and back. The energies it focuses are the same as those that keep the city aloft. They can levitate people and objects safely. Be cautious in these lands.
Alright, I'm gonna go back up here real quick to try and build up my... Hey.
Get on me, rat!
There, I got some of my fate back. A bit at least. That was pretty pathetic for a loot pile. Not gonna lie. Okay, so in this map, is there anything else? Doesn't really look like there's much else to discover here. It's just kind of time to go to the hinge. So I'm not sure if the primal stuff is really worth it. This is a pretty good hammer, but it's still not better than my other weapon.
Here, beckoned. This artifact you see before us is a henge. We use it to transport to the city. It may be uncomfortable at first. I still recall retching after my first journey with it. but it is the only way into the city. Farewell.
The achievement says beam me up. Star Trek reference. 6,000 almost 7,000 XP. Very nice. I guess that was technically one of the main quests. Finished. Looks like I need to go and delete some saves again. There.
And here you have it. Idylla, our great failing. Now let us go to Anokatos. He may hide from our people's needs, but he will not refuse a visitor sent from Athene.
Alright.
The gods choose the Primos to lead we Kollossae, and to enact their will. Of the gods, we are the favored of Athene, the goddess of wisdom. Or we were. Athene's once common words have been quiet for some time. The Primos has prayed in isolation for years, but she does not answer.
Alright.
Farewell.
Oh, another quest.
Please, just let me past. I will only be— What is it? Unless you can somehow convince the guards to let me leave the city, you're only wasting my time. I'm sorry. It just makes you a little crazed, you see, being locked inside this city like a penned animal. All I want is to leave for a short time to travel to the Warren and check on my wife, Galatea, but I cannot leave.
Alright.
I did not choose to leave her beckoned. I wanted her to come with me, but she can be difficult to move to action sometimes. But I cannot retrieve her now, for I am one of the city's finest masons. The guard are under orders not to let me leave, so I do not die. All I want to know is that she is unharmed, but I've done so well for this city that I am forbidden from departing. Well, you can certainly try, but Galatea is stubborn as stone. Would you truly beckon? That is something. At least I will be certain that she is unharmed. I left her in the ruins of the Warren, the city's old quarry. You should search there for her.
Okay.
Please find my...
Oh good, there's a healer. I will go over there after I get this other quest. There are a few quests.
And it would seem that the deliverer of my people has found me at last. Many honored greetings to you, beckoned. If you would, I have more than pleasantries to discuss. Like many, I seek your prowess. A culling. Though the Kollossae are a people of faith, more and more of us are reverting to the savage ways of our ancestors. The lowest of these doubters become marauders, bloodthirsty and violent, capable of nothing but wrath. They must be purged.
Okay.
I thank you. It is high time we bring their savagery to an end. Each marauder should carry a totem of some sort. Bring those to me as proof of your deeds.
That's easy enough. Where can I find
They roam
them?
the lands below the city.
Okay. That is easy enough. Oop. Okay. Let's see. The sewers. What's in the sewers? Quest is that? I don't know. But I see that here there is a shop. Or a market.
The beckoned! Can I interest you in a potion?
You could interest me in money.
Any who explore the teeth of...
Because I am going to first see if you have anything useful and then sell you a bunch of crap. Ooh. A backpack. Yes. Take all those. You. That was not really very useful. It's also not really very useful. I've got better.
Naros should not. My potions cure all wounds. Can I interest you in some... Beckon! You won't find better protection.
That is a pretty dang good kite shield. 61 armor. But unfortunately, I'm just not really in the need for it. Ooh, wow. Requires a might of 33, but it increases 80. 86. It would definitely be worth it.
Anywhere up here. Watch your step up here in the concourse.
Okay. Fair point.
The finest magical crafts, guaranteed. Please peruse my... Where's Beckon? I will be here if you need.
I won't.
Welcome to the Idylla Market, Beckon.
Those are not bad Feyblades.
Can I interest... Fare you well, Beckon.
Nope, everything else you got is garbage.
I can help repair your equipment.
I don't need it. I've got plenty of repair kits, trust me. What is this? Oh, the sewers.
You must be the Beckon.
Indeed. Everybody apparently instantly knows of me. I will be.
Have you seen the rather...
You are the beckoned. Do you require assistance? I am one of Onisimos' oldest disciples.
I need to get rid of this.
I hope you're careful if you choose to debate.
I do not choose to debate. Now I'm gonna save since I got rid of that curse.
What do you think of our humble academy, Chosen One? Could I perhaps convince you to debate one of my prodigies? Surely the beckoned of Athene would be a worthy lecturer. I despair that the Lycaeos has passed under the awareness of one so blessed. Our academy is the center of conversation for philosophy and theology in Idylla. Would you be opposed to joining us for a dialogue or two? It would be an honor.
Sure.
Wonderful! With the hard times about us, I worry that our long-kept traditions will eventually be lost as the school's influence wanes. Your involvement is sure to spark interest in the Lycaeos once again. Now, let us begin. In your first debate, you face Thace, one of my most promising students. Study hard, Becca. Greetings, Beckoned. I take it that Onisimos wishes me to go through with this debate? Very well. You are? Then, I will begin. I mean, here is the topic of discussion. A torrential storm sweeps a youngling and a full-grown Kollossae into the flow of a river. A big one. A river, I mean. Now, there is only time to save one. Which should one choose to save?
Why save fools of any age?
You would choose to spare the potential for strength over the certainty of it? That's a stance few might stand by. Very well, let us begin the debate. Let us prepare. Then, here we go. Very well, here is my rebuttal. You smashed him senseless, Beckoned. Why, this is the form all debates take here at the Lycaeos. Opening statements are made, and combat determines the victor. I am unsure what else you were expecting. That said, will you allow others to challenge you? You appear to be quite skilled.
So basically, since I'm stronger than all of you, whatever I say is right.
Speak to Sisters. He is eager to debate with you. My student, study hard.
Is it my turn to challenge you, Beckoned? I am eager to test you, and myself. I am glad. Tell me, what is the most effective display of strength in the following scenario? On a trip across a vast desert, you and a companion encounter a boulder. It is an airborne boulder, and it crushes your friend. He tells you, "Leave me, Beckoned. Even were you to lift this boulder from off my battered body, I would be but half a Kollossae." What would the strong do? You would save him? Beckoned, you fight like a Kollossae. but you certainly do not think like one. Where would he be with his body obliterated? He would be half a man, and half a man can never be whole. His friends and family would pity him, shun him. I will best you in this debate, Beckend. I must. Prepare yourself.
Good luck with that.
Shall we test your proposition?
Well, I win again. I guess I was right.
An absolutely scintillating debate, Beckend. Sisters didn't stand a chance.
No, he
Are
didn't.
you ready for another? Find my disciple Zeno when you are. He wishes to challenge you. Speak to Zeno. Study hard, Beckend.
Oh, you are the Beckend? I wish to challenge you. Sister Synthase are worthy opponents. That you have debated them is impressive indeed. Especially for one so short.
Think Hyde has anything to do here with it?
You are one of the greatest debaters I have ever seen, Beckend. I hope I present a worthy challenge. My query for you is simple. What makes a war worth fighting? That is a suitable response, if a bit subjective.
Very true.
I am of the belief that nothing makes war more worth fighting than a worthy opponent, such as yourself. Prepare yourself for debate. Prepare yourself.
So you prepare yourself.
I will demonstrate my veracity.
You got anybody else? I'll probably save here just because it's been a few fights.
And the Zeno's argument was hastily prepared drivel next to your well-constructed thesis. Fine, an older disciple, wishes to debate with you. Speak to Fine. She is my eldest disciple. Study hard, Beckend.
I doubt that, but I'm willing to try.
You've defeated many of Master Onisimos' students, Beckend. I am the oldest, the most powerful. Prepare yourself to face the Master's most gifted student.
Okay.
Excellent. You've done well thus far, but I have another query to test you. Does might make right? That is an intriguing point, but it runs counter to the core of Kollossae values. Our culture hinges on the belief that strength is given by the gods to those with the virtue to wield it. Let us debate the issue. My virtue shall prove that you are wrong. Prepare
Doubt
yourself.
it, but okay.
I am eager to support my claims.
Oh, hey, guess what? She's a purple enemy.
Prepare for my conclusion.
She got one hit in. Huzzah.
Beckend, welcome back. Have you been enjoying your debates?
Yes. Are you going to challenge me now?
You have defeated all of my students, Beckend. The issue I pose to you is this, brought to my mind by your overwhelming strength. Can those with absolute power, such as yourself, have courage? If one enters battle with victory all but assured, can one also be called brave?
Yeah, I'd say that victory is never imminent. After all, strategy plays a big part. You can always win with a smaller force. Or less strength.
You have proven differently here at the Lycaos. Very well. Let us debate. Prepare yourself.
Alright, let's see. Are you going to be any good?
Enjoy your counterpoints. Your merit will not save you. Brace yourself. Here is my evidence. You have my underlying gratitude for participating in our competitions. Please take this as a token of my appreciation. Word of your scintillating lectures is sure to bring attention to our school. Already there are more spectators in the Lycaos than there have been in years. Your thoughts guard you well in combat. May this talisman offer you similar protection. Study hard, Becca.
I don't need to study. I bested everybody here, including you. School of Hard Knocks. Ooh. Bad. I'll take it.
You are the Becca.
I did not come here seeking debate, because I already debated everybody and won. Okay. There's another quest over here. Indeed I am. Just because I'm shorter than you all didn't automatically make it that I'm the beckoned.
Ah, the famed beckoned comes to me at last. Admittedly, my request might be the smallest you will hear, but I wish to voice it nonetheless.
Okay.
To preserve the past. All around us is the great chisel and hammer of progress, keen on dragging my people towards enlightenment. But such progress means nothing without context. I wish for someone who can find artifacts of my ancestors, reminders of our simpler times.
Sure, I'll do it.
Very good. I'll reward you for any artifacts you can find, but larger artifacts will do well for both of us. I await your findings. They are strewn throughout the teeth of Naros. They may be hidden in forgotten corners or carried by beasts as trophies. Good luck in your search.
Okay, easy enough. That's a lot of side quests. I have come back to follow you.
Watch your step in the concourse.
Mind your step here, beckoned. I wouldn't want the Kollossae's failure to claim any more lives than it already has. It is not here by choice. Or our choice, anyways. Such questions would be better suited for the Primos. Suffice it to say that this was made in anticipation of something that never occurred.
Okay.
Very well. Beyond these stairs is the sanctuary of the Primos, the leader of the Kollossae people in the teeth of Naros. I must warn you, Anokatos has not left these quarters in years. He vowed to never cease his prayers until the gods answered them. And his people have languished for it. But I think his answer has finally arrived. Speak to him, beckoned. His people have need of him. After years in his sanctum, I doubt he is the Primos I once knew. But though we all languish in the god's absence, none suffer as he does. He will likely see you as the answer to his prayers.
All right.
Farewell.
It's kind of cool. Hang on, I just gotta steal your crap first. Ooh. Alas. Garbage. I probably don't need anything off of you. Psalms. Maybe. Guess I could sell them. Unless they somehow give me quest stuff. Nope. Okay. Well, I can always sell them later.
And though the path be fraught with tribulation, know that it leads to the land of our greatness, and that we walk it with you. Such were the words the gods spoke to the progenitor of my race when they sought to guide us from our base origins into a fruition of potential. The words have been in my heart every day of my reign, but now they are embodied. Welcome, beckoned. At last, this city will be complete. Because we are all of us, my whole people, incomplete. Because we are not worthy enough, not deserving enough to see such wonders of the gods. And I thought that failure was a finality. I have prayed to the gods in seclusion in hopes of an answer. But they were as quiet as the silent choir. Now the beckoned is come. With you, the gods can bear witness to us atoning for our inadequacies. We must start at once, beginning with the wreath of absolution. Something no Primos would ever wish to wear. They are only made in times of great need, when we must prove to the gods our devotion. The Wreath of Absolution can only be created from the hands guided by Athene. I must ask you to assemble it. First, a golden prayer circlet is needed to serve as its base. The art of crafting one is all but lost to us, but I require one all the same. The last Primos to wear a Wreath of Absolution, Arcades, is buried with one such circlet. Secandra led you to me, did she not? Then she will lead you to the circlet. We must act.
Okay. You mind if I take your crap out of here? Apparently you do, but I care not, because it's all crap anyways.
You return. Well, the Primos has not graced the ears of his subjects in ages. What has he said to you? The Circlet of Arcase. And Anokatos expects me to lead you to it? Has his reclusion left him senseless? Has he forgotten his history as well as his people? Very well. As I cannot refuse the Primos, I will meet you in the crypts, in the undersewers of the city. Let us deal with this as quickly as possible. Be cautious in these lands.
What is this over here? Oh, hey, what do you know? I can find, several things? Let me guess. Oh, I actually can jump down here. There's also a ladder icon? Interesting. Okay. Well, for right now, I'm going to go back the other way because it seems to lead to completing a bunch of side quests, which go ahead and do. I'm here anyways, might as well. Unless the door is locked. Open, says me. Thank you. Get over here, Sprite. I like those doors that open that way. Oh, there's ladders here too. Interesting. It's not a bad longsword. Too bad it's not anything that I need. Huh, there's a blacksmithing forge and a person up here? Okay. Ah, there's a ladder there for getting down, I see. Hang on, person, there's a loot pile here.
I've heard one of our scholars has been trying to study trolls. Has she taken leave of her senses?
Are you lying down, or are you standing yet talking like that for some reason? I don't know. rest stuff's down that way, which I needed to come up here for anyways. Ooh, 307, eh? The set doesn't give a whole lot, but it does give a nice bonus bit of armor. And hey, more mana, so why not? Supposed to be like some kind of tower defense trap thing or something later. I don't know. But onward this way. So after all, this way is... Why are there citizens that are just down here? Eagle.
I've heard one of our scholars has been trying to study...
I fed the fishes. Have a nice lunch, fishes. Okay, so that'll take me that way. Ah, okay, so this is just a fast travel device here. Interesting. And that's a way back up. There we go, something I need. There we go, max fade again. That reminds me, I forgot to check the talisman that he gave me to see if it was worth anything. It's not bad, but not better than what I've already got. Oh hey, there's a troll. Oh, so you're the stowaway. is actually a useful attack. Ooh, very nice. 332. I will claim the bounty, but first, increase my armor. Prisoner stuff is pretty nice. If I ever find gauntlets that will legitimately bring up my armor 100, then it will be worth getting rid of the 5% XP bonus. But unless it's actually going to be that much, it's really not worth it. Oh hey, more of these weird little bird things. Foundation report. I am so glad I actually increased my inventory space so much. Foundation report. Okay. Not really anything useful to me, but it was useful for them. Eye booger. Okay, got it. Eye boogers, as Eddie on Electro Boom calls them. Okay. Guess this is the way I need to go. Is this? Oh, there's the way up. Oh, there's another board here. But it's the ones I've already taken, so not really useful this time. So I've got to go back out here. Down. Oh, okay, so I do need to go over there. What? It didn't even tell me that it was needing to be repaired. Okay, well there we go. Okay, good. I'm gonna say, don't tell me it's broken and you didn't even warn me that it might potentially be damaged. That's not cool. Yeah, nice rendition of... I can't remember what his name is, but the guy in Greek mythology who holds the world on his head, or the world on his shoulders. That was a long jump. Well, apparently all the contracts are complete, so that makes it easy enough. Guess I'll just keep going around the circle. Scrawny, you say? How about I just smack you off the edge of this cliff? Who's scrawny now as you turn into a pancake on the ground down below? I'll give you a hint. It's not me. Oh really, you think so? So much for being weak since you're all dead. You guys think just because I'm smaller than you that I'm gonna be weak. Too bad. I'm actually... did not mean to auto that one because it was very hard, but hey, I'll take it. Marauders taken care of. Oh, okay, I need to go over there. Why are these ladders even here? They're way too small for these big people to use. I'm gonna have to start recycling stuff soon, because it's getting crowded in the backpack. All those inventory slots. Hello, Marauders. I have come to kill you. You think so? See, I think you guys are the ones who are weak. And I'm taking all of your totems as well. Since it's been a while, I'm gonna check out what's down here first. Sprites, yay! Thank you, citizen, for coming and helping me out. But I didn't need your help.
Yes, beckoned.
Yes, I am the beckoned. monsieur. Hey, more marauders.
There are marauders here.
That's okay, they're not really much of a challenge.
Keep close. There are worse things than marauders in these lower tunnels. They have lurked these walls for decades, raised along with the city years ago. There. That is the artifact you seek. The Circlet of Arcades. By taking it, Arcades' grave becomes an empty tomb. Let us depart. Anokatos has had his fun with me, and there is nothing left to plunder. It is nothing I can share with you, Beckoned. It is not worth your time. I always thought that were I to come to Arcades' crypt, it would be because of the work of gods alone. And here I am, by the will of none but Anokatos, flesh and blood. I cannot! I will not! Even after all these years, he has not forgotten his brand of viciousness. He knows I must obey his command. I apologize for my outbursts. However, it can be hard to let convictions go. But we must. We must. Take the circlet back to Anokatos. He is most likely waiting for you. Farewell.
Okay. I'm curious though as to what's up around here. Looks like it's just gonna lead me in a circle.
Your time.
Give me all your totems, more gold for me. Nope, no teleporting. Open. For I demand it. I see. So coming up here was mainly for this cursed chest. Wow, all that for 2 shards that I'm not even gonna use.
Hold! What are you?
Mistaken identity, it's an achievement.
Oh, not! You're my size! My size! This can't be! I knew I shouldn't have eaten that lichen earlier. Cave slime never agrees with me. What? You mean you walk these halls and know nothing of their lord and holder? I am the king of this undersewer, protector of this whole expanse.
Really?
Divine providence. Once I wandered the lands below, living in caverns, in a base attempt for subsistence. But then the earth was left below me, and I was raised into a city in the sky. Your mistake. If that's supposed to be groveling, then you need to brush up on your etiquette. But I suppose I can allow such insolence to be humored for this one time. I haven't had much in the way of company out here. Oh, you're welcome to some of the cave slime, if you're hungry. There's plenty for everyone. Be gone!
Okay. Yeah, I figured. Okay. Apparently there's another hidden door nearby. That's good to know. If you say so. I'm just here to collect your totems. You're welcome to try, but so far none of you have done a very good job about ripping my scrawny limbs off. But I mean, hey, at least I get to pick up all you guys' gold and your totems, so... Open the door. Thank you. That was a long fall. Spiders, Mr. Frodo. Still have not managed to get the ability to make a master level healing potion. I can just do a master health regen. There. There's an achievement for it, so I just had to. Is that a hammer?
We thought the gods had brought us here to show their compassion, but all we have known...
Yeah, I don't really care to deal with you guys at the moment, so bye.
Welcome back, Beckoned. It seems my preconceptions were off, but I still need your divine aid. The plague spreads. I have worked on this city for all my lifetime. The sewers that run below it are my masterpiece. But this work of art is besmirched by rats. These foul vermin run rampant in my catacombs, tainting it with their fetid presence. Try as I might, I cannot best the scourge. But you, Beckoned, your divine intervention is needed.
Rats. Hey.
I have never known beasts with such low cunning and high birth rates. They are fearless as they are disgusting. I have pinpointed a much-traveled route used by the rats.
Ah, that one.
With traps that can be activated on command. Find the levers that activate those traps. They've been placed on a ledge overlooking the route. When you see the rats pass below, simply pull the levers as they approach the traps. Slay the filthy vermin. I wish you well.
Easy enough. Okay, so... it's the way I need to go, except there's an artifact back here.
Many greetings, stranger.
I expected the Beckoned would arrive sooner or later.
I pray you are finding the work suited to you, Beckoned. The task is small. They are strewn throughout the teeth of Naros. They may be hidden. Good luck in your search.
Thought I'd already gathered several.
Yes?
Okay, no, not to the sewers. I need to go back out to the main area. Yeah, here. I need to sell a bunch of crap.
How may I serve?
Okay, which one is which? Turn in the contract. Collect totems. Okay.
Great. You have come again. Is there... Very well. I shall
Be careful here.
pretty good amount of gold.
Well done, Beckoned. The stowaway is no more. Please take this as a token of Idilla's. If you found a task you wish to take on from the petition... Well done, Beckoned. It is unfortunate that our surveyor died, but thank you for returning her report. Please take this. Well done, Beckoned. Thank you for returning these items. Please take this as a token of Idilla's gratitude.
Okay, first things first, I need to go in here and sell some crap. Sell a lot of crap.
The life of the Beckon.
I need to sell you a bunch of stuff. Okay, I honestly don't need any of you. Just gonna go ahead and get rid of some of the stuff that I know I'm not gonna need.
It must be strenuous. My potions cure all wounds.
Okay, there we go. Significant reduction of inventory achieved. There's a lot of quests there completed in a relatively short amount of time.
You bear the circlet of Arcades. Then the wreath is almost complete. The foundation is gold with runes of prayer, as I said. Now, it must be woven with blood and toil. The Kollossae furnish the foundation and nature furnishes the trappings. The laurels of the wreath are not crafted, but earned. We seek Teryx veins. Once they are ours, once the wreath is complete, the ritual of atonement can begin. I take it you have encountered a Teryx before. Likely the mongrel, carrion-eating scavengers that plague us. They are a common foe. We seek the veins of the Alpha Teryx. They are fierce and proud, all that is wild and savage in nature. To prove to the gods the righteousness of our faith, then we must conquer a mighty foe. They will serve. The gods sent you to bear witness to our atonement. The wreath is made from the large feathers, the veins of the Come, beckoned.
Okay, let us go.
You must be the beckoned.
Fiend.
Anokatos walks among us, and the citizens are awed. This act seems small to you, beckoned, but it is enough to give my people hope. I thank you on their behalf, if nothing else.
Okay. Before I do that main quest, these two are kind of just right here anyways. So I'm just gonna do them real quick. More marauders for me to get totems from. That's right, get parried. You're right. Thank you for dying. Can you guys not... That's right, no more chasing you around, just killing you. To my love, Galatea. The city is coming along nicely. It is finally beginning to look like the place the gods intended for our people to be. With every strike of my hammer and chisel to this stone, I imagine the place we once dreamed of living. I only wish you were here to see all of its beauty. It is everything you had hoped it would be and more. The gods will be proud of this city once it is complete. Sadness fills me to know that we will not be together in this perfect city. But if all goes well, then perhaps one day I can find a way to bring you to the city. Until my next visit. Bakator. Okay, I guess I just need to return to him, but apparently she's just not here.
You must be the one I've been hearing so much talk about. The one that has been beckoned by Athene. You are truly someone special. Special enough that perhaps you could help me with a task that has been of great concern to me.
Maybe so.
I seek to restore this shrine, so that the patrols of the Teeth of Naros can take use of it. The shrine carries the blessings of the gods, relaying them to special litanies. However, the magics of the shrine have worn out. But it can be repaired. With 5 of these litanies, the magics of the shrine can be restored. Thank you, friend.
Okay.
I would search myself, but I would need to leave my post to do so. And I must keep the watch. 5. Yes, 5 litanies should hold enough magic to restore the altar to working condition. Gather them and bring them here. They are scattered throughout the teeth of Naros. Take care out here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna steal your crap real quick. Apparently this might be a kind of roundabout way of getting to where I need to go, which is fine. I think I've saved since I came back down here. Yeah. Oh, hey, look! 'Tis a troll! Silverback troll, eh? This guy's actually pretty tough. I wonder how much XP he's going to be worth. 1700. Very nice. You're worthy opponents. Sort of.
And so this Myru gifted them with Apothani heart, and the newly born Kollossae found deliverance. With the gods once more upon the mount, so did they surge towards the teeth of Naros, towards majesty.
Your prophet leads us to glory in your name. Blessed is the way of Kratos.
This should give me a fast travel place. Could you guys quit backing away? Making this harder than it has to be. If you just would quietly sit down and die, I would very much so appreciate it. Thank you. Alright.
We are here. That is good. I feel hope stirring in my veins once more. It is the prospect of reconciliation that has granted me a second youth. Come. We must kill the alphas of each Eyrie. With their veins in hand, we shall fulfill the gods' wishes. The Terex Eyries lie in the wilds of the Teeth of Nar. But while there are many lesser Terex here, we... Very well,
Okay, the strong ones, if you could really call them that.
Feel Balan's embrace!
Oh, so you can cast magic. Yeah, I'm destroying your eggs.
Feel Balan's embrace!
Could you guys quit running away, please?
Feel Balan's embrace!
There, I'll just pull you over towards me. Bro, why are you having so much trouble with just one? It took on 3.
Circlet must be built. Thus we begin. And as we harvest these trophies, you shall learn the journey the Kollossae have taken to get here. Once we were but savages, no better than the other giant kin. We were called Myru, and to that identity we were chained until one day, Athene spoke to us. She spoke of a destiny and greatness that was not ours, but could be. She showed us the path of ascension, and we followed it here, to the Teeth of Naros. No, we are far from the homeland of our ancestors. Undoubtedly the gods wished us to renounce our savage history. It was necessary. Though the Jotun and Etin once regarded us as kin, they grew jealous of us, of the strength we gained from the gods' favor. Tensions rose to war. It was a sign from Athene to my people to seek a new homeland, where the bounty of her wisdom could be harvested eternally. We must act. Feel Balan's embrace! Feel Balan's embrace! Feel Balan's embrace! Feel my wrath!
No, feel my wrath.
We wandered the Teeth of Naros in search of the homeland we were promised. And when hope seemed lost, we found the Hyperian. It was a divine artifact.
Hyperion.
No mortal hand could have crafted it. A massive stone, alone in the wilderness, with the image of a floating city engraved upon its surface. At the city's heart was the Hyperion itself, We knew then Athene was tasking us to craft this wondrous city, to form a covenant. But we betrayed that ideal. To test our worthiness, the gods have strewn throughout Amalur riddles, puzzles, and challenges. Answering them demonstrates our greatness. The Hyperian is one such challenge. Perhaps the greatest of them. And though we discovered it years before, we still do not have the answer. Salvation awaits. Feel Balin's embrace! Feel my wrath!
You're the only one who can use magic. There.
Feel my wrath! Feel Balin's embrace!
Oh, you brought friends. Okay. Nope, not done with you.
Balin's embrace! Circlet must be built. In the end, the city rose, but the Hyperian did not follow. The heart of the city remained unmoved. That we could not abide. My predecessor, Arche, sought to force the Hyperian up, but the Hyperian rejected him, killing him and his followers, and sealed itself away. Our work here is concluded. As a show of thanks, take these. The Terriks are mighty, and their hides light but strong. These will serve you well.
Are you sure about that?
I must make the gods see that my people can be redeemed for the faults of Arches. With the wreath in hand, I can conduct a ritual of atonement. As you bear the cipher, the conduit to the gods, you will bear witness. Come. We must conduct this ceremony at the site of our original transgression. Let us go to the Hyperion. If it will not, then why were you brought to me? To give pretense to salvation? To raise our hopes, only to crush them with failure? I know the gods of my forerunners. They would not flaunt the answer to their riddles without sharing it. Now come. The Hyperion awaits. Salvation awaits.
Minus 20% mana cost. The Spoiler's Hammer. Interesting. Alright, so I need to go there. Where can I fast travel to? Honestly, this is probably closer. That corpse is still here. of the other one's a bit out of the way, and I'm not doing side quests as much right now unless they're just on the way. What do you have for me? Garbage.
You have come, good. We stand in a ground once hallowed beyond all things, now tainted by the excommunication of my people. Ever since that terrible day when arrogance and desperation brought about the disfavor of the gods, my followers have tended this place. Now come. We shall go to the antechamber of the Hyperian, the very spot where the sins of the Kollossae were answered. The antechamber is the flawed design of Arches. It was the means by which he sought to force the Hyperian to join the city. It was to do so using the spark of divine magic Athene placed into each of us, that these fragments combined would create a force equal to that of a god. Such power was never meant to be wielded by the unworthy. The energies struck back at Arches, and the many assembled in his chamber, killing them. We are so close.
Alright, before I continue this, I am going to pause for a minute and go use the restroom, so I will be back in Hello. Yes, I am. Sorry, I was using the restroom and moving some laundry around. And yeah, this game takes a long time. But I'm finally working on main quest lines, so hopefully I'll get it done. I don't really need to do all of these anymore. Hopefully I'm getting fairly close to max leveling. Only 10 more to go. And I might get those by finishing the main quest, I hope.
Much was ruined in that dark hour. The magics holding the paths together were unbound. Only the cipher can reorder such magics. Press ahead and set the path.
But how have you been doing, Alistair? I mean, as you can see for me, it's just been this. Till I get it finished.
We're almost done, Beckett.
Are we now?
This mural was to celebrate the great triumph of my people. Where the city floats, it is nothing without the Hyperian at its heart. If you were curious, I could tell you more. The mural you see before us is meant to represent the triumph of my people. The mural depicts the great sanctification my people have undergone. We were never to ascend past the brutish people you see depicted. Yet here we are now, thanks to the will of the gods and their tests of valor. But now that they've fallen silent, what awaits us? I know the answer already. Regression. We are so close now. Again, we find the way barred. I'm afraid I need your help once more.
Come, I have opened the path for you.
Come. We must finish this.
The heck? He runs so fast, his strides are so much longer.
We have reached it. Beyond that stone is the Hyperian, the gift of the gods, the symbol of a covenant concluded. It rests out of reach, waiting for the day when the gods forgive our trespass, when they find us worthy again. Until now, I feared such a day would not come. We should begin. The gods visited this room once before. It seems only fit that you occupy their position. I will take my place where Arceus once stood. Long before, Arches dared grasp the power of the gods and was judged according to his impudence. We act now as their analogues. In you, the gods visit this chamber once more. You shall stand where they appeared and made manifest their wrath. And I shall stand where Arches stood and bore the brunt of their imminent will. Come, Beckoned.
Okay. So I stand here.
Thank the gods! Praise be to them! After all this time, I bear witness to their confirmation. You have done so well, Beckoned, to bring the cipher to me, and to let me use its strength. With you, I can do what Arches could not. Command the Hyperion. This chamber harnesses the magic needed to control the Hyperion. But before you appeared with the cipher, no force was sufficient. I knew that when we first met, when I first sensed the cipher, that I could unseal the Hyperion and command its power. Why else would the gods furnish you, whom I needed most in my lowest hour? The gods have found my people unworthy of the gifts offered us. So, using the Hyperion, I will see Idylla destroyed. The wicked will be purged. And once the city falls, I will reforge the ruins in an image the gods find acceptable. I'm sorry, Beckoned, but you must be a martyr for my cause.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
May the heavens
My fate powers seem to fluctuate. Okay.
Heavens refuse you! You're ignorant.
You guys actually hit decently hard if I let them. Got a frying pan, a ceremonial dagger. What? Sit down! I didn't say you could jump attack me. Trade manifest. Another frying pan. Why do these guys all have frying pans? That one at least had something interesting. Decent. There's something over here too.
Beckoned. What has happened? Why are Anokatos' acolytes attacking us? What is he doing with the Hyperian?
He's doing bad things.
Destroy Idylla? No. That zealous fool. Have the loss of his gods driven him to such despair to use the Beckoned and the Cipher for such ends? We must make our way from this place. We cannot stop Anokatos from here. Take this shield. One of my soldiers dropped it when the Silent Choir ambushed us. I hope it protects you better. How if we cannot reach him? And we can do nothing to stop him if his worshippers kill us here? We must make for the surface, and hope that there is... Very well.
Is that shield any good? 141. 60 armor. It makes up for a bit for losing the might, finesse, and sorcery. Go and equip it for right now. Ooh. Almost level 30.
I must, then I must.
I can shoot lightning too.
What can I do?
Down, Dundar.
Anokatos has sealed himself in with the Hyperian, and his Silent Choir will lay down their lives for him. I do not know what to do, Beckoned. I have defended my people from beasts and disasters, but nothing like this.
It's alright, just let me do it. I have experience killing these kind of guys.
Course. I will not let Anokatos destroy my people because he believes the gods demand it. I know we have the strength we need inside of us, despite his claims. We are worth saving, even if the gods disagree. But Anokatos has sealed himself in the Hyperian antechamber. Without the cipher and knowledge of the Hyperian, we are lost. Anokatos was clever by exploiting your power. The cipher must be the key to unlocking the Hyperion, and he has broken it in his plan. But that is the one thing my people have been unable to do since we first came here. Only the Primos would know enough about the riddle for us to even try. Anokatos and his silent choir had a monastic retreat in the wilderness, Nixaros. If we need his knowledge, we best start our search there. It is an old portion of the city that was never raised up. It was supposed to be a shrine of quiet contemplation. Now it is the refuge of Anokatos' silent choir. The complex rests where it was first carved, in the Mountains of the Teeth. Farewell.
Level up. Okay. Mastercrafted equipment. I think I will go ahead and put... I don't necessarily need stealth at the moment with the build I'm doing, so... I might just go ahead and put another one into blacksmithing. Alright, and here I've got you maxed. It's just healing. And I guess just the combo. Plus 20% damage to Arrow Storm is pretty good. But first I should probably just keep on buffing up the actual arrow power themselves. Firm, Tory armor. Did I get decent armor? I don't think so. Teeth of Nixars, where... Huh. I knew there was a reason that I went and discovered it. Because it makes stuff like this easier.
We cannot waste time. There does not appear to be much here, but we have to be thorough. We should try near the Shrine of Athene. Anokatos prizes her above all else. I would wager he keeps his secrets with her. Be cautious in these lands.
It's Fey Blades. And they're not good ones.
What is it?
Sit down. I'll come and get you in due time. Okay, fine. If you want to die quicker, just come over here. Yes, you are pitiful. Another frying pan, because why not?
I, Anokatos, make this record in penance for my disappointment of the supreme goddess Athene, in hopes that I may return to her favor, so that I could help my people find her strength once more. I have committed several acts that may have angered her, and now I purge myself of them so I might find her grace again.
I already read that. Discovery of the Hyperian. Okay. We had originally believed that we had come across just another Miaru ruin, but the sheer brilliance of the structure convinced us it was something far greater. It was constructed of a material we could not name, polished to a sheen that made our blades seem dull. One among us remarked that it looked like the sky, and it was moments later that we discovered it belongs there. We had found the now fabled instructions to rise the structure into the heavens. The response to our discovery to the word of Athene was deafening, and that evening the teeth of Naros itself trembled at our celebration. I have never before seen a unifying force that was as effective as this discovery, nor have I since. We could not know was how our society would tremble, much like the teeth did on that day, when the Primos and his associates gathered the magical strength to raise the Hyperion, and through the caldera stood untroubled when our celebrations on that first day ended. I cannot say the same for my people after the tragedy of the Hyperion. Oh, apparently there's another one later. What is it? It is time to go. That is what it is. Another history book. Alright. Yeah.
Beckoned, not time. Seek. Primos. Below.
I hear you.
I am afraid we have dishonored my master, Arches. He is a pious man who has always sought to serve, and we use the power of his position to force us on the true path without his knowledge. Slavery, oppression, pain, all are used to mold them into what is deemed worthy.
Hold a moment. These are bodies of Kollossae. What are they doing here? Wait, I recognize some faces. Belfron, Armandia, these were great Colossi, all viable competitors for the role of Primos at one time or another. I do not like the implications of this. What has Anokatos wrought? Be cautious in these lands.
Seems like he was killing off the competition.
In this confession I shall tell of how my master was brought nearly to his death. Arches failed Athene in our mission to bring her servants to a devout state that would be worthy of her power and wisdom. At my behest, he sought the Hyperian force to the sky to earn our recognition. The ensuing eruption of Athene's wrath killed many, and nearly took dear Arches.
Looks like they tortured them here. I didn't even check. What is this effect? Oh, you have a percentage chance to lose fate. Okay.
Trespassers, you are too late! The council already lies dying in the torture chambers, and the Jotun slaves will soon be butchered as the master ordered. Come, brothers and sisters, let us deal with these curs.
You're ignorant.
There, fate maxed out again. Oh, did I interrupt you? Too bad, it's time for you to die anyways.
Beckoned, I found this in our struggle. No doubt some form of torture device. But your strength can apply it for good. Now to decipher what the cultist said. But there are also the slaves. They will be killed if we don't save them. But if the council is dying, we must choose who we see to first. The council must be important. Something that could help us find a flaw in his plan, perhaps. Or learn more about the cipher in the Hyperian. I do not believe so. The council is dying if Anokatos' dogs are to be believed, and the slaves are to be executed. I am unsure who we should be trying to help, but you are the beckoned of Athene. I must defer this choice to you. So decide. Do we go to the slave pens and help the slaves? Or do we go to the torture chambers to try to find Anokatos' council before it dies? Farewell.
I mean, to me, it sounds like lightning cage. It's not bad, but still not quite as good as this. To me, it sounds like we should go and try and save the people who might actually know what to do to get out of our predicament. that a shield called Labyrinth? Yeah. It's not great, though. Okay, so I am... Okay, it didn't say which way to the slaves and which way to the others. That's probably the slave pen then, since it's got those guys nearby. I do think the council will be more useful in this case. Yep, torture chambers.
Ahead are the torture chambers, it seems. Anokatos' council lies on this path.
Ooh, King's Curious. It's not good.
Finally the day has come. The wait has been long, and nearly unbearable. But at last, you are here. Before my strength has fled me. Ever since the day I brought ruin to my people, I thought this burden was my punishment. It seems I have not survived for my sake, but for yours. It is a joy to see you beckoned. I have much to tell you, and I do not have much time left. I am Arcas. Once I was the primos of the Kollossae, but no longer. It is what Anokatos calls me, for though his faith runs deep, his knowledge of the gods' will is malformed. You must have seen the travesties this false prophet has wrought in the name of my people. And now, the Hyperian is his. We must focus on the Hyperian. The gods brought you here because you can answer the riddle of my people's fate. You, and you alone. Yes, you and it both. For without you, the cipher cannot be of use. And without it, your power cannot be harnessed. For the riddle of my people's future is one the gods themselves cannot answer. Fate is obeyed by all. By all. Except for you.
Indeed.
More than that. It was Anokatos who insisted we build the antechamber. that we try and force the Hyperian to rise. In desperate times, his thought made sense. But when I brought the wrath of the gods down, only he and I survived. He dragged me, broken to his domain, and kept me on the edge of life, so he could learn the wisdom of the Primos. The power to change fate. That is the role of the beckoned. To serve the gods and unbind my people. But Anokatos schemes. Though he will not receive the favor of Athene, he is not ready for the Hyperion. He will bring destruction. It is too soon. But I have left the answers long before. Find Sikandra. Ask her about our last day. And tell her I am sorry.
Arcades. I had always... He had died. He had died years ago when the gods rebuked him and our people. It was truth. Anokatos had him alive and tortured. I thought... I watched him die years before. All that was left of him was a circlet. A circlet. Our last day. The day... Could it mean the last day that I saw him? The last day we spoke? Before the Hyperian tragedy, he asked me to escort him through the wilds, to the shrines outside the city, the shrines of earth and air. He told me to remember them when times seem bleak. I thought nothing of it, but could he have known about this? About now? I once thought that faith was what would ruin my people, the thing that would distract them from their happiness. But I see now, it is apathy. To not care for our people, that is Anokatos' sin. As I thought it was our cases before him. But this is so much larger. Larger than I ever thought. An Arcase. He always knew that I would be here. He must have always known. The task is clear. We need to... Ah! My head! Can you feel it? Something is wrong. This magic... Anokatos has done something. We must return to the city. We might be too late. Something grave has happened. I can feel it in my body. I fear Anokatos may have accomplished his goal. Very well.
I don't think so.
I struggle to keep sweet Arcades alive so that I may find in him the knowledge and power of the Primos, and in doing so can find the answer I needed to bring myself, my people, to perfection, to regain the goodwill of the great goddess. Thank Athene that my followers continue my work while I tend to my master.
Okay, it appears that I cannot go back to the slave chambers, so I think I made the correct choice here. Because that was a lot of very useful information. Alright, it's you. Yeah, I'll be back later. Maybe. Hello, people who I'm going to kill for money. Says you as your buddy got killed in front of you. But I just did. Thank you for your totems. They will be worth money later once I save your people.
The city seems intact, but still, the henge has already become disrupted. Anokatos has sealed us from the city. It is only a matter of time before he finds a way to destroy Idylla. We must find what Arcais spoke of, and quickly.
Indeed.
Arcais requested specifically that we go to the shrines of earth and air on the last day we spent together. There are 2 sites in the wilderness, touched by the gods, one in the peaks of the Teeth, and the other in its canyon. These were called the Shrines of Earth and Air. I thought nothing of them, but Arcais knew. He must have known this day would come, when we needed them. Yes, I was young, but a talented guard. He asked me to escort him personally. Yes. The Hyperian was larger, more impressive, but these areas bore the same mysterious substance that the Hyperian was crafted from. We have never seen its like before. It must be some divine element. The gods use it then as a marker for us. I cannot say for sure, but there is more than coincidence here. That Arcais showed these places to me, that he mentioned them as he died. But we have little else to act on, and with every moment the chance of Anokatos' calamity occurring grows greater. It rests in the teeth of Naros, but south of the Hyperian and the city. It is nestled between the great crags of rock that make these mountains. Very well.
Alright. In that case, let's go.
Beckoned, thou hast gone.
Indeed I have. Ooh, wise necklace. You give me... oh. Garbage. Okay, looks like I need to get rid of some crap again. I did not mean to repair everything, but hey, that at least used them up. Alright, here we go.
Our final task waits. These... I doubt that anyone has walked these halls since they were first shaped. I wonder if the words Arcais spoke were true. I do not know for sure. When Arcais came here with me years before, he said this of the Earth Shrine. The earth is dark and heavy, and dangers hide unseen. Accept the light in darkness, for it knows the way. A light in this gloom is welcome, but I would not wander too far off the path. Be cautious in these lands.
It must be something I have to access from the other side. Yeah, probably. Oh well. Must follow the lights to the end of the tunnel. Oh no, spiders.
I won't hold you.
Hang on, light, there's something over here. Okay, proceed. Oh boy, a Craddock. No running away. Ow. Enough running away. Get back over here so I can smack you out of existence with my giant sword. Yeah, I don't really... Okay, I guess we're going this way.
I won't hold
Since we're here, man, inventory space is much needed at the moment. Guess anything that's green is just gonna have to go. And some of these potions. There, 30 spots opened up.
Something feels strange, Beckoned. When you harnessed the Earth Shrine, my limbs never held more strength. You look more whole, and I can feel the magic pouring through this land already. We must be close. The Hyperian waits. It waits in the higher peaks of the Teeth of Naros. But I have a feeling that Anokatos knew that we would find them. I don't know how easy this will become, but we have to keep going. Farewell.
It's fine. Are you actually going to be useful now? As far as damage goes, since you now feel like you have more strength? Critical parry. Come, light, show us the way. Come on, light, show us the way. Back to this door that I can open.
Learn your war master with the sword as the
That was very nice how that worked out. Yeah, silent choir, you're not really much. See, you're all the way over there, huh? probably just be faster to fast travel here. Alright. Sally forth. Yep, this way. You know what? I'll fight a troll. Where in the world did all these wolves come from? There we go, 1300 XP. You were worth it.
By the magnificent graces of Athene, a city was built upon gloried heights. So stood Idylla in bountiful tribute, a Kollossae bastion, the virtue of the Uranos.
We build this for you, Athene. We build this for you, our blessed goddess.
Please tell me there's a merchant here. Be very handy so I can sell a bunch of this garbage that I have and free up inventory space.
You must be the beckoned, the blessed visitor from an unknown land.
Yes, that is me.
Perhaps, if you have the strength to reach these lands alone, then you are strong enough to aid me. I have been studying the trolls in the area and have seen something of great concern. The trolls have unearthed a number of urns which possess a deadly magic. They are curious. For as long as we have been here, my people have not encountered the like of these urns, nor the ashes they contain. I lack the strength to face the magics of these urns, but Athene is in your thoughts. You could destroy them.
All right.
Thank you for your help with this. The ashes contained in those urns are too dangerous. There are troll dens scattered around the teeth. However, you will be able to... Safe travels, beckoned.
It's too bad you're not a merchant. Because I really need to sell some crap. There isn't even a merchant other than in the city. I suppose I could always fast travel somewhere outside the map. This particular map, but was the way I needed to go, but this is right here, so I'm gonna grab it while I'm here. Also, just a little bit. Oh! It's one of the trolls. you ever get knocked back by anything? Or stunned? There we go, jeez. Because honestly, I'd like to be able to use my fate on you, but I can't complete a single combo that would give it to me. There we go, jeez. Jeez, you took all of my fate and a lot of healing. Not worth it. Okay, now I'm gonna go get this real quick. Found a font.
Yet tragedy befell these giants, as in trying to force the Hyperian upwards, Athene was angered and made her rage known. And so the life was driven from some, the faith from many.
Forgive our trespasses, and bless us with wisdom, Athene the All-Knowing, in whose name we pray.
Okay, so good. So this is a fast travel place. Okay. I'm gonna go up here real quick just to see what quest you have. It's this way. Because maybe there'll be a merchant that I can offload some crap to. Okay, good. That was a net positive as far as fate goes, because it's hard to build it up again.
Who wanders into my camp? What is this? You are far too small to be a Kollossae.
No duh.
So it's true then. The beckoned has come. This is my home, but not for much longer. I moved out here to reconnect with my roots, you see. My heritage as a giant race. However, my time on my own has come to an end. I am ready to take the next step and go and live amongst the Jotun of the Teeth of Naros. There are only loose ends that need to be taken care of, but I have sworn off Idylla for all days I have left. Karunk was my chief concern with me trying to move in with the Jotun. Now that he is dead, it seems to be the perfect time to do this. The logical step is that I must live among the Jotun. Yes, I do. I have lived on my own in this abandoned Jotun camp long enough. Would you? I will reward you for your help. I will not be needing the coin where I am going. I want for my family ring, currently in the hands of my brother Heliodorus, and to see my journal delivered to my old comrade Darius. But perhaps most of all, I want you to find my wife, Corina. I would like you to bring her here to me.
All right.
There's not really enough space in this camp for two.
Okay, so that was that. There is a merchant over there. Okay, good. I did not realize that last time, so I can actually sell off some crap. And maybe in the process get my fate back up to full by killing you guys. Okay, merchants, I need to sell a lot of crap to you.
You've come at last. But it is worse than whatever Anokatos did. I fear I will help as I can.
Beckoned. We all felt some vile magic pass through these lands.
Here we go. Finally, I can sell off a bunch of crap.
And now, you must move quickly, Ben.
Whew, okay. Offloaded a bunch of stuff. Now I can proceed.
Time is at hand.
Let us finish this.
Indeed. Let me finish off this annoying piece of crap.
That all this time we had the answer to the Hyperian below our feet. That our road to Anokatos forced us to solve this riddle seems more than coincidence. I cannot say for sure it is different from the Earth Shrine. This place is thin and cold. But I remember the words Arke said. To harness the air, you must walk on the wind. Somehow this shrine will make that true. Farewell.
Alright, let us go. So I need to go there. 2 places, okay. I guess first I'll just see what's up here. Garbage! Hooray. Okay, both ways go down. I was gonna say if there's a way up, I would tend to go that way first because it might have... Yeah, I don't have to go down there. Might have potentially had a way to jump. Oh no, sprites.
If I must, then I must.
A nice solid crit for 600 something damage. Nope, there's something over here.
Let us finish this.
Indeed.
I won't hold back.
Gosh dang sprites. I can shoot magic too.
Our final task waits.
Okay, so I have to go back up. Simple enough. Oh yeah. Walking on the air. It's a troll! That's right, sit down.
I won't.
There we go, plus 50 feet. Kill!
What is it? The cipher is whole again. As are you. We can unseal the Hyperian that we might stop Anokatos. And we've done so much more. I thought this all was to bring Anokatos to his judgment. But I was wrong. There is much more at stake here. Communing with the Hyperian beneath the city. We have to stop him while we still can. How long have we left Anokatos to his task? And Idylla still rests. What is he doing?
I don't know. Oh, right, because it's probably going to have some people for me to kill on the way out. At least now, I don't randomly lose my fate all the time when I get hit. Hello, people who are about to die. No, I don't salute you, because, well... Is it? There's so many corpses of people who are not comrades.
Our final task waits.
Indeed. 'Tis time for me to kill the piece of crap who has made this annoying.
Heavens refuse you. May the heavens refuse you.
Nope, you're coming back here so that I can finish you off. Really, game?
May the heavens refuse you.
This time you get hit by the rocks. Bye.
Peace with your gods.
The gods curse you.
You guys may be many, but I am strong. What is with that invisible wall?
I won't hold
counter magic and get back over here. You guys are late to the party.
What can I do?
Alright, come on, bro.
So, you have finally come. For the good of my people. It is time we beckoned met and fulfilled our roles. You are not so ignorant as that. You are the avatar of Athene herself. I thought you had been sent to purge my people of their limitations, and I was right. But their chief limitation is not sin. It is fate. It is the fate of my people that must be changed, not their piety. That is what stands between us and grace. Our ordained savagery. With the Hyperian and the cipher, Athene granted me some understanding of her work. The Hyperian augments a certain kind of magic, your own. When you shift fate before it, it amplifies that through the cipher and across all my people. She has taught me much while we talked, beckoned. How I can truly serve my people by dying for them. Yes, because I stand for the parts of my people that must be purged. Their savagery and violence. Once I thought my crimes just and necessary. If the gods could not abide them, surely I would find no success with such means. But I was beckoned to this nature, as you were to yours. Kill me before the Hyperian, and all will be freed of their ignobility. Feel my wrath! Feel my wrath! You will die, beckoned! Feel my wrath! Witness my strength! Feel my wrath! Feel Balin's embrace. Feel my wrath. Witness my strength. Feel my wrath. You will die, beckoned.
Ow. Jeez. Well, unfortunately I saved right before.
I hear you.
You are not. It is the fate of my people. She has taught me much while we talk. Yeah. But. Feel Balin's embrace. You will die, beckoned. Feel my wrath. Witness my strength. Feel my wrath. Feel Balin's embrace. Feel my wrath.
Well, you feel my wrath.
Witness my strength. Feel my wrath. You will die, beckoned. Feel my wrath.
There we go, come on.
Witness my strength. Feel my wrath.
You feel my wrath now. There we go.
You've done it. Anokatos has been killed. But that energy that came from you, it raised the Hyperian. Without its magic to support the structure, this whole temple is coming down. We need to get out of here. Very well.
Alright, let's go. Hopefully there's no more enemies left, because that would be just a little bit of a pain. But hey, there's some chests to get. Ow.
It is done at last. The fate of Anokatos, the surrogate of all the Kollossae's savagery, has been shifted. And as his fate was shifted, so was the fate of all the Kollossae. Gone is the taint of savagery and barbarism.
Oh, so that's why. It's because it had it sectioned off for this part. Wow. Talk about, you need the sequence right.
Has finished, beckoned. Thou alone could do this. And as thou aided me, I am forever grateful. Thou hast freed this people. Thee, Anokatos, Arches, beckoned. All. And the last, your faithful companion, Secondra. I beckon now. Her people need a leader for the glory that lies ahead. Secondra will be Primos.
What can I do?
You're not get so far behind. I get that there's rocks that are purposely hitting us every time, but it doesn't make much sense for that. Very nice.
We made it. And you've seen what has happened. The Hyperion soars within our city. We can never thank you fully for your skill. You are fierce and quick as the Terex. It is only fitting that you should have armor to suit the likeness. Take this. You have given us so much. I see the compassion and the influence the gods have had in my people's lives. My life. All along. What Arches said to me on our last day together. What Athene said as we escaped the Hyperian temple just now. These are no accidents. Your arrival, our meeting, Anokatos' betrayal and finding Arches. These events were crafted intent. I see that now. And as you were beckoned to save my people, now I am beckoned to lead them. But I don't know. I don't know if I can. She did. There is a legacy that I have left to fulfill, or so the goddess says. An old promise, but I mean to keep it. I may for a time, but only until there is one more suitable to lead. I have no taste for the office. But while I can, I should give this to you. No reward could truly thank you for your service, but we must try nonetheless. Now, let us return to the city together, Beckoned. Let us see the fruits of your labor. Farewell.
30k gold. Nice. Herald of the Gods. Nice. 2% bonus XP. Alright, now let's see what this armor is that you guys gave me. It's bad. Oh well, not that big of a deal if it's bad, because
I hope you are well.
I am. My health is full, my mana is full, the only thing not full is my fate bar. Another one of you? Hey, what do you know? They're all gonna be fighting. Jeez, could you guys not all attack me at once? Well, if you hear me, can you help me maybe with this piece of crap here? He's being annoying. There we go. Go ahead and finish.
What is it?
Oh, right, because I need to finish that quest. Oh well, that's fine. I guess nothing, because you're not much help anyways. Get out of my face, quit being annoying. Where is the last one? Don't know. I'm gonna just go back here.
Enjoy the fruits of your work. What is it?
Yes?
Hark! That face! So soft and flush. It is none other. The hero of the festival. The harbinger of joy. The beckoned has come in my hour of need. I'm preparing for a production of my latest masterpiece, The Humbled. With the city in revelry, there is no better time to launch the show. But I have been struggling to cast the performance, and it would be beyond sacrilege for me to do so when you are so close. Please, will you channel your divinity and tell me who Athene would have play my characters? I expected no less from the beckoned. I have narrowed my list of candidates to 3 performers. They are all of splendid tragedy and quality, but I shall require you to cast them in the proper roles. Their names are Rhode, Ariope, and Zotigus. Seek them out, and take this manuscript. It contains all the information you need to cast the play. Farewell.
Many greetings, stranger. You have come again. Is there anything else? Very well. I shall endeavor.
How may I serve?
Beckoned. I have been hoping to speak with you since I heard of all you have done for our people. I have a task for you. One no one else in the city can perform. We have a plant in this city, the Evan root. It was brought with the utmost care from our homeland There was a special tender for the Evenroot, but he has passed. No Kollossae but the tender or his heir can care for the plant, so tradition dictates. The heir is en route to our city, but the Evenroot will die if it is not tended, and the heir is weeks away. Indeed you are not. No Kollossae but the heir may complete this ritual. But you are no Kollossae, are you?
That's a nice way around the rules.
There was no greater relief than when I heard the beckoned was an outsider. Oh, thank the gods. I have been at my wit's end for days trying to devise some way of appeasing all parties. It has not been easy. To water the Evenroot, you will require spring water from Njordr's font. This water is outside the city, along with the vessel to carry the water. Find this vessel, the amphora, and fill it with water from the font. Then bring the water to the plant and tend it. It is located in Njordr's font. Be careful outside Idylla.
Okay. Okay, so you...
How goes the search for my Galatea? Any news of her yet? Yes. And how was it? Was it unharmed? That statue is my wife, Galatea, so to speak. In truth, my wife is dead. Murdered by a monstrous troll named Kern years before. I carved that statue to remember her by. Every year on the anniversary of her death, I work on it more so that I'd never forget her face. But even that has been denied me. So the only solace I have left is knowing my wife's killer is dead. Find Kern, Beckoned, and bring his end for me. Please.
Gladly.
Go back to the Warren and search for him there. That is where he ambushed my wife and me years before. Take care.
Yes?
Alright. Quest to kill a troll. I am perfectly fine with that, because that would just give me more XP. And trolls are worth a pretty penny.
Well done, Beckoned. The nest of primal sprites and their thralls has been removed.
What brings the beckoned to me on this day? You have seen Histus? I have not heard from him in so long. I was worried something had happened to him. What business has he sent you on? That fool! He is as oblivious and idealistic as the day I took him for my husband. Very well, I will see him after straightening out some affairs. If you require supplies, the concourse market provides...
Speaking of the market, I probably need to go and sell some crap.
The beacon! There is no weakness in relying on potions.
Indeed, there is not.
All my potions cure all wounds.
I like that, or most of them. Okay. Cast the play.
Yes! With the Hyperian raised, we can finally lift our spirits in revelry. We shall never forget this day. It will always be honored as the Festival of Athene. Whatever you may wish, Beckoned. You have done more for my people than might ever be said. Your path is your own, once more. Farewell, Beckoned.
Alright, I think that is officially the end of that. Yes, I am small, so what? Deal with it.
What lies below is seen above. On this day, I see you. I am the Oracle of Idela Haladite, and I bear a message for you. It comes from the gods. With the Hyperian raised, my powers of divination are at their strongest. A new era comes. But as it does, the Marauders have worked grim magics that must be undone. Built into this city and these lands are circles of sacrifice made by the Marauders and the fallen of our kind. They are an affront to our gods. My insights show that should the guardians of these circles be killed, the gods will leave great rewards for the ones that will help. Your abilities are great, and so is the reward offered. Face the first circle, the Altar of Doubt. You will locate a sacrificial altar. There are 3 sacrificial altars. Return to me after you make a sacrifice at each one, and I will divine the location of a reward the gods deem fit for you. The Altar of Doubt. We must have faith in that which we... Until we meet again.
Alright. Okay, I need to go to the living quarters real quick.
Many greetings, stranger.
Many greetings, stranger.
Keep the peace.
Do you bring news from below? My brother? I would hardly consider Histus family anymore. He left that behind when he turned his back on civilization, like one of those marauders. What business has he sent you on, Beckoned? I suppose I have been rather hard on Histus. If he feels this is his calling, then I should support him as family. The ring is in my chest over there. Here is the key to open it. Yes, farewell.
I pray you are finding the work suited to you, Beckoned. The task is small, but not good luck in your search.
I thought I'd already found several of them, but I guess not.
I expected the Beckoned.
Where am I supposed to deliver the journal to? Oh wow, the Altar of Doubt is literally right over there? Okay.
Athene, guide your actions. I hope you find Idilla.
Oh, I guess it means that it's down below. Alright, I want to go into the big area now, or into that secret chamber area or whatever, up there, just to see if anything changed, because why not?
You must be the Beckoned.
And so you return to us.
Indeed, I am going up to the sanctuary. Okay, there's nothing of use up here. Can I still talk to these? I don't know what they're called. Yep.
Yes?
Well, I guess that is it for this main quest. Tomorrow I want to get on to another one. Probably go ahead and do this one that requires level 10 and higher. Because I'm about to be level 31. So I might as well go ahead and do that one. But I think for tonight, that's where I'm going to go ahead and end it, so I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the evening. Have a good night.